Hey guys, welcome. Sorry I'm a little bit late today. Is the music too loud? I think it's a little bit too loud. Let me just adjust the music a little bit. There we go. Hello everyone. Welcome. Lucky. Just in case you can't see or hear what I'm about to say, Lucky, I'm gonna type out my response as well. Let's see, my verdict on the cocoa powder. I don't really talked about it over the last couple of streams, or at least I briefly mentioned it. But the best way to summarize it is that it's tastier than the cheap stuff. The flavor is stronger, but I don't know if it's 50% more expensive, stronger, you know? I don't know if oh yeah, oh, okay, and I'm not going to go to the trouble of typing that all out, but yeah, I don't know if it's 50% more expensive, stronger, you know, whether it's worth it for me to buy a cocoa powder that's 50% more expensive just because yeah, it's got stronger flavors in it, but I'm still messing around with it because since it's stronger, I don't need to put as much of it into my coffee as I used to. I'm still trying to get the amount of cocoa powder right, trying to adjust the levels and stuff so that I can make myself some good mocha, or at least some good tasting mocha with the cocoa powder. Or at least this new cocoa powder. I'm liking it though. In fact, you know what? Let me try. See how today's experiment tastes. Because I tried to reduce the cocoa powder even more today. Let's find out, shall we? Maybe have as a special occasion splurge. It's hard for me to justify it as a special occasion splurge because... Okay, hang on. Grab your drinks first, everyone. Grab your drinks, remember to submit what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment. It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water. Anything you have, chat. As long as you're here. Going in 3, 2, 1. Bye. Yes, everyone. Oh yeah, that's better. Tasty, but oh, alright. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, as I was saying, it's hard. I don't think I can use this as a special occasion splurge because this is a 1 kilogram bag of cocoa powder. When I buy this, I buy it for extended periods, and it's yeah, I buy this for extended periods, and it's something I use over like a couple of months. Hang on. What was my password? Again. Shit, I forgot my password. Hang on. I wanted to go and check the price. Wait. This should be the password. Hey. Did I forget my password? else could it be? If not this? I forgot my password, fuck. I wanted to go and check to see what the prices were. Hang on. Let me get the exact prices. Let me get the exact prices. Get into there. Need to go here as well, and is this password? Right, this password is right, but not the other one. Oh. Hang on, let me check my old order. See if I can. I know what the exact price was on the cheaper. Cocoa powder. Wait, it can't be that old. Wait, didn't I buy the cocoa powder from here? Did I not? Question mark? Eh? Did I really not buy the cocoa powder from here? Really? I could have sworn I bought the cocoa powder from here. If I didn't buy the old cocoa powder from here, then where the hell did I get it from? It wasn't from here, was it? Well, this new, more expensive cocoa powder is about how much was this? It's about 15 USD, give or take. Where's the other cocoa powder? Did I buy it from here? I did buy from here. Okay, so the expensive cocoa powder is 15 USD. The cheap locally produced cocoa powder is 5 USD. So, it's a lot cheaper. What price of good stuff is cheaper than you can get? Yeah, it's the price of food stuff around here. Payment has been confirmed. Yeah, I can't find my old cocoa powder order. Where did I get it from? Did I buy it in person? I might have bought it in person. I'm gonna have to just double check this. kilogram bag of cocoa powder around here. If it's not Kalbu, cocoa powder is right, it's not 5 USD, it's 10 USD. So yeah, the difference is about 50% the price. The expensive stuff is 15, the cheap stuff is 10. Yes, that sounds more like it. Yes. So yeah, I'm still trying to determine if if the expensive stuff is 50% more expensive. You know, worth 50% more expensive. You know what I mean? The good stuff was cheaper than you can get, yeah. That's one of the few good things where about living in a third world country. Food is generally cheaper. Okay, I think I left Oxley waiting long enough. Oxley, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Sorry, it took me a while.
It's fine.
Coffee took me a while to make, and then I had to talk to chat a little bit. Ready for some rafting?
Yes.
We're gonna be trying to continue where we left off after last week's YouTube dying on us. Hopefully it doesn't happen this week. Might be high import tax on it. If you mean import tax to the US, I think it's just like combination of taxes and markups would be large in the US, and in food stuff is around here is just cheaper. It's just something that one of the few perks available to us due to living in third world countries. Stuff like tech though, computer parts and all that, that's still just as expensive. In fact, it's marked up due to taxes. So what we gain in cheaper food, cheaper cost of living, we pay back in the form of more expensive luxuries. And let me launch the Raft mod launcher. Okay. The mod launcher has a update. Let me just get it. Also, the cheap stuff that I was referring to, technically it's made locally, or at least within the region. That's why it's so much cheaper. The Van Houten cocoa powder, which I bought before, it sounds fancy, but it's actually made in Singapore, I believe, or at least packed in Singapore. So yeah, no idea where the Van Houten chocolate cocoa powder stuff came from. But according to chocolate connoisseurs, they said that it's locally produced within the region. So I'm going to assume that packed in Singapore, using produce from in and around the region, wherever would be the cheapest to get cocoa products. Let's check my mod manager. Everything is running fine. I'm going to load into the world. Oh yeah, I know who missed the announcements. I've already told Foxy this, but today's Raft stream is gonna be a bit shorter. We're only gonna be streaming, well, from now, 4.5 hours at most, because I have to make sure I sleep in time to be able to wake up and meet up with White Jackal again tomorrow. I still need to meet up with you one day, Foxley.
Hopefully.
Also, Lucky says, hi, Foxley.
Oh, hello.
Right, I'm in. I'm gonna wait until you get in before I do a tour of the changes you made, because they are substantial. Very, very substantial. After our stream died due to YouTube dying. Oh. Give me a moment. Game always lags when it's loading.
Loud. That is loud when I was joining.
Hopefully the sound improves. So yeah. Check. What you couldn't see last time was what Foxy was doing upstairs. You guys wanna see? You guys wanna take a tour of our boat? You've totally seen down here already. You were seeing what Foxy was doing down here, but upstairs was still under renovation, and ta-da! This is our love boat that Foxy made for us.
Yeah. Nice.
We have beds. We have.
Oh, now I remember what I need to do. I need to paint this room.
Right. We need to start looking for flowers.
We have a bed of flowers. Maybe when we go on an island, we'll take some.
Well, we're docked on an island right now. We could just go there and take some flowers.
Oh, true.
Yeah, Foxway made this really, really nice roof. I mentioned when Foxy was putting this together, I mentioned that just a single level wall roof feels a little bit low and claustrophobic, so Foxy added a second half wall and an angled roof on top, and the angled roof even angles down here into the bathroom, and we have a toilet and
An open air toilet.
yeah, open air toilets. So don't have to worry about the stink staying too long because open air, fresh ocean breeze. Lucky says nice work here. Foxy's amazing. I wouldn't be able to make anything like this if I were playing this. I'm very, very unimaginative when building my houses. My houses tend to just, if you guys ever have this see my Minecraft houses, it'll just be a box. A stone box fortress because of all the fucking creepers that spawn all around me every single time. And blow my shit up. Yeah. We're here on an island. We can just go and look. Check the island for food stuff. Why not?
Yeah.
I need to make some fish head curry. What's the recipe for fish head curry again? Fish heads, milk, and potato. I know this is technically not curry because it doesn't have curry powder, but I don't care, I'm calling it fucking fish head curry. Makia, you're tender milk. Thank you, Makia. Oh god damn it. Ah. The bird tried to attack the scarecrow right in front of me and I missed a chance to kill it. Oh. Alright. Managed to replenish a lot of our pineapples. I think I still need to plant more though. Yeah, I'm gonna plant more pineapple. I just see a... I thought I just saw a seagull try to attack our crops. You know the annoying thing about the crops is that the seagulls always seem to gravitate towards attacking the crops at the start of a session, but then they stop. Did the boat just turn?
I don't think so.
Anchor is in the up position, right? I mean down position. Yes, in down position. Oh, it looked like the boat turned. Have a cute squirrel bouncing around nearby looking for food. Aww. Oh, squirrels are adorable. And I need to... I know squirrels are vermin and there are all these horror stories of people getting attacked by squirrels, but I always found squirrels to be adorable. Let's see here. You have wood? Yeah, here's a stack of wood. Alright. Did I really only get a single coconut from all of those trees? Really? Really? Oh my fucking god. Yeah, fuck this, I'm going to just plant coconut seeds. In there. Can you drink some milk as well? Yeah, Cass. Yeah, there's any milk. Good go. Also going to... Ooh. Oh, fish head curry is ready. Still have a lot of pieces of chicken, so I'm gonna cook a new batch of drumsticks. I'm going to... I hear that fucking bird! as I was saying, plenty of chicken. Maybe eat 2 of these, and I think I'm going to have some coconut chicken for breakfast, and I'm going to go on the island, just do some wood chopping and get you some flowers. I'm also going to check for metal. Come on, where are you? There you are. And it's just scrap. Oh well. See any flowers on here?
I already took them.
Oh, you already took the flowers? Sorry. I'm just going to get the base. Do we need scrap?
Scrap?
Yeah, scrap.
Yeah.
If you want, we can wait until morning to see if there are any scrap deposits underwater.
Alright.
Need to... Oh yeah, we really need scrap, so we should probably stick around to try to see if we can find some in the morning. I need to make a shovel. Right, I need a bolt and a metal ingot. Can you shovel? Yeah, guys, time for more sharing. Mini Kaga. Like Jackal, Hera. Whoops! Shit! I accidentally took one of the seeds. Hang on. Let me water it. Oh god damn it! I'm just gonna put the flower here. In the flower seed box. Let's make some coconut chicken. I need one coconut and mushroom. Coconut and mushroom. Oh, I almost forgot to put back shears. Yeah. Let me collect some of the eggs. Oops. No, Ugly. You're staying here. Excuse me, pick up the damn egg, please. Pick up the fucking egg. How am I lagging to my own server? Pick up the damn egg! Okay, thank you. Battery is low. As I recharge it. Right, what was the next Utopia? Right. We are planning to eventually go to Utopia after we grab some supplies. Scrap is really important for exploring, and we are really low on scrap right now. So we're going to visit, or we're going to find this island for scrap, and there is a big island nearby 400 meters away. We can go there for more scrap. Once we're done here. And hope to God that I can find a new pine cone seed, because I now have the ability to create pine cone seed. I just need the damn seed. What do I need? For pineapple seeds, I need pineapple to create pineapple seed. I'm going to fish some of my pineapple seeds. Ooh, pineapples are done. Perfect. Pineapples are okay for now. And we need more potatoes, so let's plant some potatoes. Alright, morning. I'm going to head into the water and kill Gura.
Morning.
Gura! Gura! Here, go! Bitch! Come here. Yeah. Come here! Fuck you, bitch! Oh god damn it. My machete broke, hang on. Oh, that's not the machete. That's the machete. Come here, bitch! Fuck you! Come here! Die! Come on! God damn it. Come on. Fuck you! Oh. Where's the...
Nice.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna see what I can find. I'm looking specifically for scrap, metal, seaweed, and clay. Anything after drop off? Doesn't look like it. What's this? Oh, metal. You know?
Hmm?
You know, I have lived in, well, technically not live. I stayed in an apartment once that had, I'm not sure how to describe this, but the door to go to the toilet was a see-through sliding door. And it was a very small apartment as well, clearly meant to just be a simple rented temporary accommodation style apartment, or like people on holiday and stuff. There's just a room with 2 beds and yeah, a see-through sliding door that leads to the toilet and bathroom. It was in Taiwan, and I was there to attend a wedding, and I was sharing a room with a girl.
Oh.
Yeah. In fact, originally I was actually staying elsewhere, but I even in fact booked a backpackers in to stay at while I was there, but then for some reason while I was there, I don't know why, but she suddenly called me up and told me to stay at her place instead. I'm like, huh? But why? I already have a room. I want to waste the money. And she's like, it's fine, just cancel it. And I was like, but you technically can't cancel it. She said, it's fine, just tell them you broke your leg. They'll understand. And I'm like, okay. And she's like, just do it. I'm scared of ghosts, just do it. That's what she said. I was like, okay, I guess. And then I told the inn that I had to cancel due to an injury. I broke my leg. They accepted it and refunded my money. So yeah, that was actually a really nice inn. I'm not going to mention which backpackers inn it was, just so you know I don't incriminate myself, but yeah. To this day, I don't know if she actually wanted me there just because she was actually scared of ghosts, or if she's just, you know, for some other reason. But the night I spent there was uneventful. Nothing happened. No ghosts. But this particular friend, she's a very interesting person. Very, very interesting.
Oh? In what way?
Well, for one thing, the whole stay cancel your booking, stay with me, I'm scared of ghosts. That was a little bit weird. And also, she's the same friend who, I can't remember if I told you this story, but I think I've mentioned this story on stream before. She managed to scam gold sellers. Like, yeah, you know, in MMOs, right? You know how like, yeah, gold sellers in MMO, you can just buy gold from them rather than grinding for gold and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she managed to scam gold sellers. I technically told this story on stream before, but I don't know if I told you this story before. Foxy,
I don't think so.
let me raise anchor and we'll depart. Just silence me quickly. Let me activate engine to clear the island. I'll tell the story while we're sailing over to Big Island, where we can hopefully find some scrap. Stand by. Alright, now where's that island? Alright. Alright. It should take us directly to the large island directly ahead. Alright, so the story goes, for anyone who hasn't heard this story before. My friend and I were playing Terra Online together. This was after Terra Online went free to play. Fun game. But in the game, I'm sure you guys know, right, that Terra Online, all of the sexy clothes and all that are paid. You have to spend a lot of money to buy them with real money in all those boxes, or buy it for a lot of in-game gold from other players. And my friend wanted the good fashion. She's the type of person who doesn't like waiting. She's like, I want it now, that kind of thing. So this is what she did. She bought money from gold sellers. So fine. You know how everyone says, yeah, Mark, yeah, nothing time. Be careful of gold sellers. You know, they're going to steal all your money, that kind of thing. That's all that thing people say, where if you buy money from gold sellers, you're asking for your credit card to be stolen and whatever. She didn't care, she just did it anyway. And I did technically talk about, you know, you need to be careful with this kind of thing. She's like, it's fine, I took precautions, but that was a conversation we had after she pulled her shit. What she did, before she told me what she was doing, was she had bought the money from the gold seller. Okay? And then, without telling me anything, she just told me to get online in the game. One day, just say, could you get online? I need help with something. I was like, huh? What? Wait, what? She's like, don't worry about it. It's just a few minutes. I just need to do something quick for you. I was like, oh, okay. Go online. and she came up to me and said, could you hold this gold for me? I was like, huh? What? Okay. She's like, don't ask questions, just do it. Okay, I was like, okay, fine, I'll hold the gold. And she logged off. Couple hours later, she sent me a message saying I got suspended from the game. I was like, huh? For what? And then she showed me the email, and I saw the email saying your account's been temporarily suspended for 3 days for gold seller activity. I'm like, so I'm like, am I holding illegal gold? And she was like, it's fine, don't worry about it. I'm sure you'll be fine. I was like, what if my account got suspended too? It's like, don't worry about it. No, you're not bad, right? See, you're fine. Nothing happened. And then, like, but that wasn't the end of it. She went back to the gold sellers, and she told the gold sellers, the gold got removed. What now? And she showed the gold seller the email. All the gold's removed. Everything's gone. I can't. And she got a refund from the gold sellers.
Wow.
So
Smart.
yeah, that's how she scammed gold sellers. And she made me a literal mule for illegal goods. I think she bought me something with the illicit funds.
No, that's good. Nice.
Illegally obtained gold. So yeah, very interesting person. See what goes into mango nana? 2 bananas, 1 mango, and 1 milk. There we go. Yes, good girl. I don't know if this island has pine cones, but I hope they do. This battery needs to be charged. Nice. Base ready to be cut. Oops. Right. flamingos. Let's see. I think we're good for wood for now. Would you say so?
Nothing so.
I'm gonna toss this wood into the recycler. Yeah, for some reason after the initial load, where the birds are more likely to attack the scarecrow, the birds start just landing on the bird's nest every time after, or the very least, a lot more often than what I expected. Yes? Oh, yeah, painting the sail. I was wondering why you were looking at me. Let me eat a shark dinner. Let's see. Goes into a shark dinner, double shark, mushroom, and...
Now, did you already explore the island?
No, I haven't yet. There's a large island. And I got started. I was managing farm. Technically still managing farm. Hey, fine. Okay. How'd your day go? Right? Everything's going okay. Oops. That's not what I want to do. This is what I want to do. Mango nana is milk. 2 bananas. And mango. Let's do that. Let me... Milk, Cass? Oi, Cass! Cass! You need to put out more, Cass! Makia? See, Cass? Makia puts out. You need to put out more, Cass. I need to mostly set up just for more. Oh, okay. Hope your laptop doesn't explode or anything. Right, bananas. Let's plant some banana seashell. Yes, then make sure that there's a your place incoming jet engine. Jet engine? What jet engine? Eh? What? What jet engine? Alright. How's our stores of... Let me recycle more shit. My friends go bird. Ah, right. Right, I understand. Now I'll explore the island. Let's see here. Well, shouldn't be too bad as long as you're not stressing it out too much. You probably only really stress it out when you're trying to play VR on it. Fine game. If you're just doing D&D, then it should be fine. Can't be too harsh. Where is it? This way? Scrap pal. Oh, I found the store.
Nice.
Before I go visit the store, let me grab loot from around here. Bring it back, and then I'll bring trade items for the store. The recyclers should be done by the time I come back. You want more flowers? I'm finding more.
Yeah. Still want more?
I'll bring back as many as I can find. You could have optional water cooler. Water cooling laptop? That sounds like a recipe for disaster. Oh shit. This island has the asshole bird.
Oh?
Yeah, it's on the other side of the island. Fuck. I'm gonna have to prepare to fight that bird. And it doesn't look like this is one of the islands that has pine cones. Because I'm very certain I recognize this island, and this is not one of the pine cone islands. This is a standard island. Like, I wouldn't trust water cooling. In a desktop, and you have water cooling in a laptop. Yeah, that sounds like it's going to explode at any moment. I think we don't need plastics. I know a lot of people say that water cooling is great, you don't have to worry about it, it almost never fails, yeah. But the instant it fails, it's catastrophic and you lose your entire computer because of it. No, thank you. I'm gonna put water anywhere near my computer. Thank you very much. You throw away this hinge?
Yeah. There's no spot.
Oh yeah. A lot of the hinges. Can I recycle them? Let me check. I can recycle them. So you know what? You know what? Let's throw away some of those hinges into the recycler. Why fucking not? We keep earning. Yeah, we have 4 full stacks of them. We don't need that much. I'm gonna throw these into the recycler. feel a little bit spicy, so why not? Slap a hose full of pumping water here, laptop. I really hope that you don't regret getting water cooled. Laptop. Excuse me, I'm burping. And hiccuping. Excuse me. Oh. Okay, I'm fine. Oh, I'm fine. It's just my own phobia of putting anything liquid near my computer. Time of day is it? Can I kill the bird before nighttime? Let me try to see if I can kill the bird. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second, chat. Hang on. Hang on. Hi.
What's that? You got a cockroach in there?
Mosquito.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to explore the island or take anything. I'm just going to go and kill the bird. I think I have enough daytime to kill the bird. Right. Drink that. Prepare my healing items. Go. Hello, Mr. Asshole Bird. I'm here to kill you. Because you're a fucking asshole. And there's a boar here. Fuck. Oh god damn it. I missed. Yeah. Ah! God damn it. Oh fuck. Ah! Shit! 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 Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Ah!
Oh no.
Okay,
Get
I'm
it?
fine. I'm fine. I managed to get heal off. I need to. Right. Well. Ah! Motherfucker! Fucking boy distracted me. Where the hell are you? Where'd you go? Oh. Ah! I saw his shadow. God damn it. Where are you going? Damn, he can see him. It's annoying how it's possible to dodge his rocks. God damn! Come on. Come on. Damn it. Yeah. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? I lost sight of him. Oh, there he is. God damn it! How have I not dodged a single rock? Damn. It's gonna be nighttime soon. Really? You went all the way over there? God damn it, how are you not dead yet? shit, I can't see him anymore. Hang on. I think I see him. Oh.
Is it dead? I think it is.
Yeah, got him. Motherfucker.
It's what I hope.
I'm gonna toss his head into the ocean. I'm gonna go back to the boat. I'm not gonna explore the island at night. Annoying. So maybe try this. Oh, there's treasure behind me. Fuck that shit, I'm going home. I'll explore tomorrow. We need to make a new hook. Okay. Okay. Whew. Let's see. What was required to make a new hook? Planks, rope, scrap, and bolt. Wait, only 2 rope? Really? I thought it was 6. Ah, I have 6 scrap. And 1 ball. Go. Let's see, I need to make some healing salves. And since we have plenty of materials for healing salves. Actually, now since we're producing honeycombs, I don't think I need to rely on normal healing salve anymore. I can just use good healing salve, can't I? Yeah. Oh, really? I don't know where the fuck that I was going. Oh, thank you for donating your meat and your feathers, but my arrow count low, very low. We have 9 arrows left. I'll make some in a minute. Put healing cells here. Right. Berries go here. So wafers. Do I need to make anything? Goes there. Let me make some steel arrows first. Need metal ingots and feathers and wood. surplus feathers there. Right, I need a new axe. Forgot about that. Scrap and bolt. Oil. Here we go. A new axe. Unfortunately, this game isn't really made for action combat, as evidenced by the bullshit that was the Mama Bear boss. The Mama Bear boss was so bullshit that I feel like it's impossible to beat her normally. The only way to beat her is to cheese the damn fight. Well, either cheese the damn fight or spam healing, because she just stays on you the entire time. It's impossible to avoid her attacks. You can't dodge it, you can't like try to counter it, things like that. You just have to eat her attacks. Oh, turns out that batteries are enough charge. Right, I'm going to take trash that we have and I feel like I'm forgetting something. Well. We're just gonna set up palm trees for going and gonna trade. Any particular resource you want me to buy from the trader?
Maybe more titanium.
More titanium? Got it. Are we short on metals?
No, I think we're fine with metal. Check.
Yeah, just tell me real quick.
Can buy a bit of metal if you want.
Titanium and metal ore. Also gonna buy some mushrooms because our mushroom stores are a little low. How'd you do it? I could buy some scrap as well.
Okay. Do that.
Yeah, I'll buy 2 stacks of scrap. Thank you, Mr. Merchant. Hi, Cake. Welcome. Kiki Alpaca. You're welcome. Hope you're doing okay. How you spell it? Thanks, guys. It's all Foxley. Foxley is the one who built up our boat to look as good as it does. I'll give you a... Wow. You really color coordinated the boxes. I'm gonna dump off the...
I'm gonna move the ship back and forth to make the paint. More paint.
You need the ship to move to make paint? Really?
Yeah. Yep. That's what the water wheelie thingy for.
Really? Oh, that's silly. Oh. Hang on a second. Just put all of my wood. There we go. Let's start this. Gonna start this. Right, I need to get to the island. Can I explore some more?
Okay.
I'm also going to grab I'll have some chicken and coconut chicken and a mango smoothie. Right, I'm off. Right, you can keep doing what you're doing now. How are we two doing? We're doing fine. Enjoying our wholesome rafting adventures. We're currently trying to gather up some materials and resources before we go to the final story island. Actually, I don't need to collect these anymore. I do need to collect that. Since we installed the craftable seeds mod, I don't have to worry about running out of seeds anymore. Such a nice quality of life mod. Oh, they're just fine. Another tiki. What's the next? Somewhere this way. Yo, where is it? Huh? What's going on, Panzer? I assume that means something good has happened? Wait, before I explore the rest of the island tops, I'm going to check down here. We don't need dirt, do we? I'm filing a dirt piles. There isn't even a crate in here. Well, fuck this place. You're playing GTA 5 while playing VR while watching a stream while downloading a big file. Oh god! I'm amazed that your laptop hasn't exploded from all that. Going away? Hey, actual buried treasure on the beach. Oh, interesting. A new
Chicken.
painting.
Nice.
And more titanium. I'll be bringing it back in a bit. The spellbook is upside down. It's fine, it's fine. Now please to question the great wizard. Yeah, okay, I'm not finding anything else on this island. Aside from some trees, which I technically don't need anymore. Some mango and palm trees. Trying to look for more fruits and flowers, but I'm not finding any. No treasure either. See a little goat friend, but we have enough goats. Alright. The sun is setting, I think. Probably wait until tomorrow before we kill Gura and swim around the island looking for scrap.
Hmm.
Alright. Let's make sure we prep for that at least. In the meantime, some scrap. More titanium ore. And a fucking tiki. Oh, no way to put the tiki. Here. It's a different tiki piece, so yeah, I'll just put it there for now. Stuff is going upstairs. Oops. Those are mine. Oxley,
Hmm?
how are you painting?
Oh.
I'm gonna put it. Yeah, for now. We can try to decide where to put it after we see what it. Oh. Do we have something like this?
I don't think so. This is new.
Octohinge.
It's like a creeper.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a creeper. Ah, I do have to decide where to put it.
Hmm.
Ah, these are not ready yet. And it's nighttime. Right. Like a coconut chicken. Use this. double chicken and mushroom. Right. Right, check. I'll be right back. Let me go Tiki. Wow. Wow, you painted the
Hmm?
you painted the bathroom. Yeah, chat. Let me go to the washroom real quick. I'll be right back, chat.
Alright.
Make sure you guys get up and stretch your legs as well, right? And be back, chat. Let me get back into my BDSM assignments real quick before I get back to Foxley. You know, I have a funny story to tell Chuck, but once I get back here, make sure you guys stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. Drink plenty of water. I'm back.
Welcome back.
But do you have enough goat meat? Apparently we can't actually eat goat meat. This game doesn't have goat meat. I mean, we could try to kill the goats. We haven't actually tried that yet. You know, I'll try to kill a goat on the beach later. Well, everyone grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment. It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, chat. As long as you're here. I mean, 3, 2, 1, and bye. Cheers, everyone. drink this mango banana before I fucking dehydrate myself to death. Let's see. Mango banana. Use this milk, right? Yep. Here, Cass. Good job. Thank you for your delicious cream milk. When you get out of the van to stretch your legs, you get wet from the rain. Wait, you're in a van right now? What? The motor is empty. Lunch has been consumed. Oh, lunch. Actually, is it daytime now? It is daytime now. Oxy, we want to get into the water and kill Gura so that we can.
Already?
We can make the most of daylight. I'm going to get into the water and kill Gura first. Gura, where are you? Oh shit! There's a pufferfish here.
Careful.
Damn it! I can't fight Gura and the pufferfish at the same time. Fuck.
I need to make
Ah!
another sword. Oh.
Shit! 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 This is not good. This is not good. No! No! Fuck! Yeah! Okay, I managed to get the pufferfish to the aggro. There is a pufferfish directly underneath our boat.
Already?
Fuck you! Bitch! And then I saw another one off in the distance.
Down.
Oh! Fuck you! Bitch! Okay. Gura's dead. Oh,
Nice.
alright.
Take
Are you in
care of
the-
the puffer. Yeah, I'm in the water.
Alright. There's another pufferfish on the left. You're already on the left, right? Okay, you go left, I'll go right.
Already?
Look, the upside is an hour drive from home. I really suck. I got all cuties is right there. What? What? No, you're not. And you're not supposed to root for the monsters. Chat, you're supposed to root for me. How many times do I have to tell you, chat? You guys are being. You guys are being lousy supporters. You're supposed to root for me, chat, not for me to get tentacled. I'm the hero.
Oh, there's a lot of metal down here.
Nice. Oh, I'm going
Fun.
off into a dead zone. Let me just eat this underwater. My old hook broke. I'm not finding anything. I see some more reefs, but literally nothing here. Is that scrap? No. Not even any scrap. No sand, no clay, no scrap. Wait, no. Wait, is that scrap? No, that's not scrap. Finally, something. You know, I brought this up recently, but I yet to actually taste Mountain Dew. Seen so many advertisements for it, but I've never actually had some. I'm tempted to try one day. If I can find it. I'm sure I can find it somewhere, even though it's not really common around here. What do you guys say to me doing a Mountain Dew taste test these days? I'm not gonna go for any weird flavors, just generic Mountain Dew.
Go for it.
I have to locate one. Oh, fucking pufferfish! You see enough anime to know the hero is the one to get tentacle. I mean, even if the hero gets tentacle, in the end the hero wins, right? I mean, that's why the hero keeps going back for more. Too. It's because the hero eventually proves to the monster that there's nothing the monster can do to break the hero, right? That's how it works, right? All my favorite stories go like that. Favorite wholesome stories. Now, if I know this island, there's gonna be, yep, another pufferfish there. Come here. Surface. Oh. Am I gonna be in my breeding suit for Halloween? I mean, if I end up by the poolside or the beach, and yeah, sure, I'll wear what you guys call the breeding suit. You know, it's technically just a swimsuit. Hope you're doing okay, right? And everyone in chat. Hope everyone's having a good October, good week so far. Oh, hi Foxy.
Oh?
I'm
Oh.
trying to clear out this area.
Mm.
I guess it's winning if you outlast the monsters. Yeah. That's part of how you prove that you'll never break, no matter how much the monsters do things to you, right? I mean, yeah, sure, sometimes in these wholesome stories that I love reading, there are characters who fail to outlast the monsters and they give in, but you know, not everyone can be a hero, right? There's a bunch of nodes all the way down there really deep. Have you go to the really deep area?
Yeah. All good.
We're getting faster at clearing out all of the stuff. Yeah. I don't think there's anything else for us here. You?
Mm. You can go.
Alright, I'll meet you back on the boat. Found a full stack of scrap and some pufferfish and even one silver algae. It's a breathing suit. It makes me want to breathe here. Wouldn't that make everything a breathing suit for you though, since you know you're you're kinda very, very horny. Like all the time. Not that much, so. Main stuff for now, back to work. Alright. Good luck, Lucky. Let me organize. Scrap goes here. I did not find any metal at all.
I found a few.
This goes here. Found some seaweed though, so you're getting that. What else? Explosive glue and other stuff goes upstairs. Oh. Go here. Like I said, after the initial load, the birds always just sit on the bird's nest rather than attack the scarecrows. I don't know why. I feel like this is a bug of some kind because it happens so often that it sounds like it would be a bug. guess I can't complain too badly since birds nesting at the on the bird's nest allows us to collect lots of feathers and chicken. Alright. I think we're done with this island. Question is do we need to sail around some more to look for more scrap?
One more island.
One more island? Right. Let's depart and look for that one more island then. Let me check. Okay, there is an island that... Oh, there's two islands. That one will be easy to get to. Right. Anchor up. I'll cook and plant more things at the farm once we're on our way. We need to get around this island first though. Oops. Gonna burn just a little bit more. We'll soon be clear of the island. Engine off. Take it out. Right, the wind should take us fairly close to this next island. And if we need to burn, we'll burn later once we're closer. Give me more coconuts. So wood bubbles, very good. Alright, I'm going to start tossing wood into the recycler. Now what do I need to make? Mushroom omelette and a whole bunch of smoothies, so let's make a simple smoothie first. It's very easy for me to remember. Coconuts? Mango, pineapple, right? Yep. Oh, wait. I forgot that I already had a harder to be collected. There we go. Mushroom. Chicken. Mushroom. I thought I heard about mushroom chicken. No wait, no, it's omelette. Mushroom omelette is 2 eggs, mushroom and potato. Also, of course, we're drifting slightly, but we'll let the wind carry us a bit more before we have to burn to get to the island. Let me plant some pineapple. What pineapples are there? Chicken for breakfast. I can't stop thinking of the fact that coconut chicken sounds a lot like something we would have for breakfast. Literally nasi lemak. Guys, milking time. Okay. Oh, another bird landed on the nest. Coconut chicken, which is 2 chickens, 1 coconut, and a mushroom. Hey, I said a mushroom, please. Thank you. Needs to be replaced as soon as this is done. You even painted the outside walls? Wait, can you... Are the outside walls different from...
Yeah, I wish it didn't do that.
Oh, so the outside and inside walls are the same?
Yeah.
Oh, our wall's fine. Doesn't look too bad. To replace this battery. Thank you. Alright, now I need to make some simple smoothies, right? Coconut, mango, and... Oh wait, hang on a second! We just crashed on an island. A small island though. You want us to loot the small island?
Sure. But we'll find bigger island for scrap.
I'm just going to quickly explore this island to see if there's any flowers I can pick up for you, and for sure. And then I'll kill Gura and I'm looking for scrap. This is a very weird island. And the treasure is in a very, very weird spot. So hungry seeing and hearing all the fletcher food. Oh, I'm sorry, Panzer. It's fine though. In about 5 hours you can go and get food. Alternatively, if you have instant noodles, that also works. Managed to find one metal ore from that scrap pile. Some scrap metal. A bolt. Plastic. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Alright, found a bunch more flowers for you. I'm gonna put them into the flower chest. There we go. I have another simple fish stew. I kind of wish that the stews wouldn't double up on themselves. Or at least the stew recipes wouldn't double up on themselves. But I guess the game doesn't have any way to recognize what we already have and don't have. Mango, coconut, mango. The tree stand? Okay. You check for rice with some sauce? That you did. Well, I mean, if you have eggs, rice with sauce and some eggs is a very simple meal you can make in the middle of the night. If you already have the rice and the sauce, then you can just fry some eggs and that'll do actually. Very easy to make a nice snack. You can fry the eggs however you want. Or you can poach them. Or hot-boil them. Any of those work. It's getting late. I'll go looking for scrap tomorrow. Oh god damn it! Ah, need to make another hinge. Wait, not hinge. Shear. Two scrap. Hinge and metal ingot. Plenty of those. I'm here. I'm here. Let go. Why do the llamas always look so sad? Even though they're well fed. Alright, this battery needs to be...
They're just being, wanted, don't be spoiled.
Ah. The food is right over there. Brats. Oops. I need to top up on some eggs. Two. Oh, we're out of growth. Oh, just cooked Gora steaks. I'm just gonna fry us up some Gora steaks. Gotta be killing Gora again tomorrow anyway. Thanks to the seed creator mod, our farm is well and truly self-sustaining now. I don't have to worry about ingredients running out, except for mushrooms and berries and silver algae. That I still have to search for, but it's not hard to find those. Or at least trade for those with the trader. Used up some wood stacks, so I'm going to give you a stack of wood. I'm gonna plant some more coconuts. Is that done? Yep. Maybe if we just happen to continue this game after the final island, I'll think about getting a mod that allows me to plant berries and mushrooms and I don't know about silver algae. That's technically an underwater plant. But coconut chicken uses mushroom, right? Yes. Drink more coffee. Everyone, yes. Oh. Oh, this battery's low. Let me just replace it real quick. There we go, new battery. My battery's fine. My battery's full. That one's fine. These are fine. Let me check to see how much biofuel we have. Pretty decent amount. I'll stock up the biofuel refiner a little bit. Strawberry colada, melon. What's red melon? Oh. I'm wondering if I should replace red melon with strawberry colada. Nah, we have plenty of red berries. Yeah, I think we are on red melon. In fact, I'm going to make a red melon. That's gonna be my smoothie for hunting and killing Guru and exploring the island tomorrow. There we go. Yep, the sun is coming up. So you know what? I'll come back here and accept the melon later. For now, I'm just gonna drink this. And I'm gonna go kill Gura. Spear! Gura! Gura! Here, Sharky. Sharky, go, Gura. There you are. Let's go, bitch! Step! Whoa! Bitch! She's coming back quick. Bitch! Okay. Ah. Girl's dead. Let's see. Seeing a lot of scrap. Some seaweed as well. More scrap. Hello? Any treasure? No? Oh, fuck you then. Why is it raining underwater? It's raining underwater. I don't think that's how rain works. Okay, servicing and going back down fixed it. Interesting. This island's underwater is a little more substantial than I thought it was going to be. There's a lot of little nooks and crannies around here.
I'm gonna make more paint. So I'm just gonna move the ship back and forth. Oh,
Kind of weird that the paint maker doesn't work when the ship is stationary because there's clearly an ocean current in this game.
yeah.
Or trying to stay awake when I'm sleeping. Alright, I'm coming back. I think I got everything to get on this island. Unless something under the boat. There's some extra scrap. Dead Gura is still dead. Right where I left her. I'm coming back.
Alrighty.
Just gonna organize this and we can start moving again so that you can generate more paint. I'm out of space to put seaweed.
Just put in the blue container, the blue box. Anywhere you can. Anywhere that has space.
I'll put it in the blue box that's directly below the green box where all the rest of the seaweed are. Yes. 15 scrap and some metal. And alright. Let's see, where are we relative to the island we're aiming towards? I need to clear this island and then we'll turn back. Right. Island is 700 meters away.
Yes.
Oops. Why did that happen? That's strange. Oh. Use this watermelon. Alright. Wanted the few smoothie ingredients that actually uses watermelon. You would think that more smoothies would use watermelon, but no. Trash cubes. Let me check. Okay, our wood stores are very good again, so I'm going to toss most of these woods into the recycler. And I still need to plant more. Bulbs. Since we're about to hit a major island, I'm going to try to see if I can rush some trash cubes. Wait. See a small island off to the side, but the big island is not far off. 500 meters to go. I think we're gonna ignore the small island. We'll just go straight to the big one.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that we got the battery charger.
Yeah.
The fucking blender uses so much battery. Still painting. Is that a moon or? Oh, that's a moon. Over there, I thought I saw a really strange building, but it turns out it's just a moon. Any other simple smoothies? Strawberry colada, silver smoothie, coconut beet. Nah, that sounds disgusting. Yeah, I'm going to start producing strawberry coladas again. Just because I now have the ability to make coconut as well as strawberry. And it's self-sustaining. Alright. Is that the big island? Looks like it. Can barely see it. I have to burn to get there. Yeah, let's burn.
Yeah.
I'll burn and find ourselves a good place to park. And what's the last one?
Oh, that's
Pineapple.
big island.
Yep. Very big. I'm hoping I can find some pine trees. Let's see here. Where do we park? Right here, I think. Although looking at it, it doesn't look like a pine tree island. It looks like a standard island, which is... God damn it.
Maybe we should go to the Mama Bear Island.
Does the Mama Bear Island have pine trees?
Yeah, I think there's where else. The first pine tree we saw area again.
If you want, we can go. We can ignore this island and just go back to Mama Bear Island.
Sure.
Alright, let me find Mama Bear Island. Was it Balboa Island? Bear population and cat relay tiles. Yeah, Balboa Island. 2255. Alright. Yeah, we definitely need to burn to get to Mama Bear Island. So, go up, engine on. Mama Bear Island is 1.7 kilometers against the wind. So, hopefully we have enough biofuel to make it there.
Yep, we have a lot of viable, don't worry.
Right, on course for Mama Bear Island. And if we really want to, we can kill another Mama Bear, but I feel like... nah, we don't need to kill another Mama Bear, right?
We'll see.
steak dinners. Steak dinner was meat, 2 berries, and potatoes. Need to make some drinking glasses. Glass. Oh wow, you have so many drinking glasses. I'm gonna take half the stack. Check radar. Okay, well, of course, our mama thing. Back here. Thank you, go. Time to make another steak dinner. Potato. 2 berries. Just slightly, of course, but I'm gonna correct it. There we go. Those are trees. Time for chopping. Yeah, I don't regret getting the seed crafter mod at all. Such a nice quality of life mod. I can now cook whatever I want without worrying about, oh no, I'm gonna have to go and get crap again. Make some palm seeds. Right. Uses a lot of planks to make, but I don't care. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Mm-hmm.
Potato. 700 meters to Mama Bear Island. Oh god, okay. I'm stuck. Okay, fine. Banana, mango, and oh, that was so hard. That might have been Mama Bear Island spawning. Batteries charging. Okay.
I need to rejoin. That lag bugs on my menu.
Oh, okay. Safe and by the time you get back, I'll have practice somewhere on Mama Bear Island. Yes. Get done for making up. Thank you. Oops. That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Let me know if there's any other problems.
I'm already back.
Fish and curry is fish head, potato, and milk. Yes, are you ready to put out yet? Oh, yes,
Oh.
ready. Alright.
Did you try come over here for a sec?
Hang on. Just to make sure that we don't, nothing bad happens. Stopping the boat. Yeah.
Try opening the seaweed box. Can you open that?
I can't.
Yeah, I think that lag bugged it.
Okay. Might need to restart then.
Yeah.
Right. Save. Exit, and I will restart once you're.
Oh, that's weird. Okay. It exits my game for some reason. Coming back.
What?
It closed my game for some reason. I tried to exit to main menu. It just closed my game.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to do a reset anyway because the thing is still bugged. And let me wait until this thing is done cooking. There we go. Right, I can put this here, and I'm going to reload. Save and exit. Okay. I'm gonna take this opportunity to take another washroom break. So let me go to the washroom real quick. Okay. I'll be right back. Yeah, you can take this opportunity to get up and stretch your legs as well. Luckily.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm back. Oh. Let me get back into my BDSM chess harness. Oh, welcome back, Panzer. What do you end up eating? Alright, I'm back. Got some things here and there.
Welcome back.
Alright. Now let's see if reloading the world fixed it. Hopefully it did. Today I had some chicken curry for dinner. Chicken curry with potato. That's really nice.
Yeah, that sounds really nice. I like chicken curry. And also meat. And beef.
Beef. We don't really eat beef curry in this household. Only chicken curry. But chicken curry is nice. What do you have for dinner, Foxley? I'm in.
Fried chicken. And what is it? What is it? What do you call it? Smoked honey wings. Something like that. Fried chicken and smoked honey wings.
Smoked honey wings.
Yep.
So I'm guessing it's kind of sweet chicken wings, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Kinda sweet.
I feel like I've heard of that before, but I've never had some. Hi. So moment of truth is the seaweed box still broken.
Looks fun. Yeah, I can open it now.
Okay, phew. Oh, come on. Cass, Makia. Why aren't you putting out? Come on, damn it. You need to put out more. We need your milk. Cass, Makia. Damn it. Fix provided. Oh, that looks nice. Oh, fried chicken with some soy sauce. And is that Indomie? The noodles on the side, is that Indomie? I can't tell. Hang on. Let me show you guys what we're talking about. There we go. We have that. A fried chicken legs with some sauce on it. A bit of rice. And Indomie. Or at the very least, the most.
Menu.
This is the most blandest looking Indomie I've ever seen. Where's the rest of the seasoning? Indomie is supposed to look more brown than this. What happened to the rest of the seasoning? Oh, is that what's in Indomie packets nowadays? If it's the Malay version, what difference does it make? Indomie is from Indonesia. There shouldn't be any difference between Indonesia version and Malay version, is there? Oh, time to continue burning. We are in Mama Bear Island, but I need to find a place to land. It was very blind you didn't package the thing. Considering how bland it looked, I would recommend it adding a bit of your own soy sauce and a dash of MSG to it. That's what I would have done anyway. God damn it. Where's the bird? Oh, the bird was attacking the plants over here. If you want the bird to not attack these flowers, you need to put a scarecrow over here.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the scarecrow. Can we build the modern scarecrow already?
The modern scarecrow needs to be bought from the merchant, and it will make the scarecrow. It'll make the bird never attack, which is not something I want. I want the bird to still have a chance to attack.
Yeah, a few extra scarecrows somewhere. Family now.
This battery needs to be replaced. There we go. Oh, where's the landing spot? Just finish a Gundam give me your GP fans, the GP first server hits out. Of course it does! East Asia server is always better than Southeast Asia server. How's the lag though? I'm actually curious. How's the lag to GP? We're talking about Gundam Overwatch.
Oh, okay.
I'm wondering about the lag to the GP server. Because if the lag isn't bad, then I might just play on the GP server. That's where I usually go to play FPS games anyway. Autonos as well. Max delay is 100 ms. That sounds about right. Is that a landing spot or no? That is not a landing spot. You play melee, so it's fine. I'll probably be maining gun tank anyway, so the problem would arise if I'm trying to fight off a Barbatos, because it rag is client-sided, so even if I dash back, if the Barbatos sees on its own screen that he hits me, then I'm still going to get hit anyway. I'll think about it. Try it again. Oh god damn it. Hang on. Fuck you.
Here, can pick this up. Please.
Huh? Oh, Sorry.
It's okay.
A bird attacked something else, but did he destroy the walls up here? No. I don't see anything the bird broke. You noticed that a lot there, yeah. You've been stunned a lot of times, so you didn't feel like you should have. And due to your own latency, you will probably be inflicting stuns on players when, according to those players, you probably shouldn't have stunned them. That is the unfortunate downside of playing a game like Gundam Overwatch on a different region. It's more challenging though. Yeah, I do like the challenge if the unfair hits were tolerable. And unfortunately I wouldn't know for sure until I actually play it. So I have to see how it feels. Okay, I think I see the landing spot. Getting close. I feel like you're actually playing against competitive people. Oh, you were 6 stack, nice. I hope to one day be able to experience 6 stack, but it'll probably be on Asia server because Southeast Asia server because yeah, lots of people I play with are in Southeast Asia. How's the rafting going? It's going pretty well so far. We had a slight bug earlier, but we fixed it by just restarting the game. So yeah, other than that, we're just going around collecting resources now. We only have 45 minutes left before I need to think about ending the stream, so I think, yeah, it looks like we're going to only be getting to the final story island next stream, not this stream. I hope you guys don't mind the fact that we're taking our time to get to the last story island. Unfortunately, combination of YouTube dying last weekend and this weekend I need to make sure I sleep in time to go and meet up with White Jackal tomorrow. Means that I have to plan my weekend around meeting him. And that limits the amount of time I can spend. Hang on. Where the hell is the bird?
I think it's the resin. Where is it? Oh, over here.
Oh! Oh wow, you even planted stuff here, oh my god.
Yep.
I didn't know that. Well, now I know. Anyway, what was I saying, chat?
Meeting White?
Yeah, meeting White. Need to plan things around the fact that I'm meeting White, so yeah. That's why today's stream is gonna be shorter. And yeah, language user. Okay, Babatos left. My friends would just go, okay, Babatos where before getting massacred. You have to say Barbatos Migi. You have to use Japanese. Lexia Japanese. Yeah. Even I know that Migi is left, Hidari is right. Yes. Right. Look up. Let's need batteries. Oh fuck. The large batteries are still being recharged. Miggy is right? Wait, really? Miggy is right? Is it? Hidari. Midorino. Iki is... Is Miggy right? I thought the other way around. Oh well. Yeah, probably right. I probably got it backwards. Whoopsie doodle. Oops. What the hell is that?
Just changing switching the floor.
Oh, okay. Sounded like the floor is getting destroyed. Oh, is that scary, man? I'm going to go onto the island to look specifically for pine trees. Hang on a second. Serious. Yeah. I might hunt a barrow too while I'm here, but my primary objective is to find pine trees. Birch. Which, I guess, good for me to get birch seeds. The annoying thing about looking for trees I can chop down is figuring out at a glance which one can be chopped down. It's so annoying. God damn it. technically a mod that replaces all of the useless, too big to chop down trees with trees you can chop down. Damn it. I just need one pine cone. God damn it. Give me a pine cone. Industry shop? No. Is that a choppable one? No, too large. Industry shop? No. Is this poison? You have to do this jumping puzzle.
No, you jump. Yeah, that one.
This is the first time I'm seeing this. Come on, give me a fucking choppable tree, god damn it. All I saw was some choppable birch trees, but no pine cone. Eh. Man, I'm not gonna be able to find any choppable pine tree. Oh, hi, bear. This is a mother bear, so I can. Oh. Fuck you. Pine? Pine? Pine. Okay. Yes. I got a pine cone. Yes. That's all I need. Just one.
Nice.
All I need is one. If I can find any more, they'll be useful because it'll take some of the pressure off of the initial pine cone crafting, but I. As long as I have one, that's fine. Okay, now how the hell do I get back? Where am I?
It's behind you. Exactly behind.
This way? Question mark?
From the arc, the stone arc, just go behind you.
See how a bunch of bees. Oh. I'm lost. I kind of jumped off a mountain to get here, so I'm not sure how to get out of here. I see another bear. Hi, Mr. Bear.
Okay, I'll go into the, I think you're in the middle of the lane. Let's see if we can find you.
Am I hearing a bell? I'm hearing a bell.
A bell?
There's a bell here. Huh? Sounds like a bicycle bell. Oh! This is something we needed before, wasn't it? The bicycle bell.
I think. I don't remember.
Some ghost was ringing the bicycle bell. Oh well. I found my way back. Coming home. Can I actually kill goats? I can't see shit. Ah, fuck this shit.
I see you.
Yeah, I'm coming. On my way back. I am home.
Welcome.
I hear fucking birds. Again. Ah, goddammit. Is there anything for me to give you? How's your wood stores? Been using quite a bit of it, so I'm going to give you some. I need to keep some for myself in order to produce. Oh, God damn it! Ah! We keep attacking that one scarecrow. It works? I assume you mean your computer? The computer works? Glad to hear it. I need to put this away. Bananas, mango, and milk. Right. You. A ball. Mash that. There we go. I'll make some shark dinner, so I'll put this away for now. 2 sharks, 1 mushroom, and 1 silver algae. Right. Let's sail around. We need to get clear of the island first, so I'm going to burn until we clear the island, because this is a really, really large island. Right. Leave the engines burning while I do some farming. You know, even though technically excuse me, we drink some water. Even though quickly. The whole not finishing Raft this week was unfortunately mildly unplanned due to, you know, a lot of things getting in the way. The fact that we're not finishing Raft this week allows me to grab a new thumbnail with Foxley. I've been wanting to make a new thumbnail for Raft with Foxley, but never got around to it because I've been really busy. So give me the time I need to make a new thumbnail. Fucking bad. Shark. Mushroom, silver algae, shark, silver algae, mushroom. Start cooking. We're still not cleared the island yet. Need to burn some more. Let us remove that. And now we're going to go and back here. Let go. That sounds like a rice cooker. I think it'll be fine. Try not to overstress it too much. Because, you know, laptops, you can't really take it apart to do cleaning and stuff. Not easily, anyway. Bananas, mango, and milk. Yes, time for you to put out, thank you. Okay. Okay, we've cleared the island. Shutting off engines. And now time for me to plan my seed production. I'm gonna have to sacrifice some wood while I craft up some seed storage. Bitch! Alright. I think that works. That's all of what I'm gonna need to borrow. Really? feel like creating all these flowers has made the birds way more aggressive because they keep wanting to attack the fucking flowers. I'll keep trying to kill them. Fucking birds. We need coconut chicken as well. All these bird attacks are causing us to get overloaded on chicken. So it's gonna eat coconut chicken breakfast. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted 2 of these. Mango and a milk. There we go. Makia, are you ready to put out yet? Oh, come on. Makia, Cass. Come on. Put out, god damn it. Oh, it's been long enough. You need to, there you go. Sometimes you just gotta, you know, shame your girl into putting out. And then she'll obey. Wow. Is this paint or carpet?
Where?
All of this over here.
It's paint.
Wow. Almost looks like parquet floor actually. Parquet floor is something that is very, very, very common in Asia, but not so common in Western countries. What's parquet actually made out of? Let me see. A floor made of parquetry.
That's helpful.
Hang on. I'm hearing bird. Hang on. Fuck you! Oh god damn it! Guys, attacking me! Yeah. Fuck you! Get. Okay, yeah. Parquet is a type of flooring, but parquet is made of wood. Oh, interesting. Is it actually made of wood? Oh. Puzzle-like mosaic floor pattern made of angular and geometric blocks of real wood or foxwood. Oh. So it's typically made of wood. Are they real or fake? I think the parquet we have around here is typically fake wood because this doesn't feel like... Well, it doesn't look like real wood. I'll just put it that way. on the surface it looks like real wood, but when anyone who's had parquet flooring would know that parquet flooring, the way it breaks down is that it comes off. The glue kind of like fails to hold it together, and once it comes off you can kind of see what it's made out of, and this doesn't look like it's made of wood. It looks like it's made out of something that approximates wood but is not wood. That's the best way I can describe it. Like Windows 11. Oh no, you got a Windows 11 PC. You got suckered into the trap. I see. The Windows 11 trap. Oh, why Jackal? It's been a while since I had a strawberry color, so I think I have one. Look. Two coconuts, strawberry and a pineapple. Okay. Oh well. Looks like you're stuck with Windows 11 now. There's technically a large island directly ahead of us. How?
No stop there for today.
Yeah. Also, scrap. Huh, we might grab scrap from that island. Just because our scrap is still a little bit low.
Mm-hmm.
For grabbing scrap from that island, I'm going to press some raw mats. Okay, I think I need to plant one more round of palm trees. There we go. Got more trading material. And before the upcoming big island gives me fucking palm trees, I mean pine cones and birch, and doesn't give us scrap, just know the fucking game's gonna laugh in our faces that way. Battery low. to plant some pineapple. Let's do it. You even painted the stairs. Next time we log in, taking care of all these flowers is gonna be a massive pain because we have to figure out where the birds are attacking. It seems that after killing the initial birds who decide they really want to attack the scarecrow of flowers, the birds eventually stop and the future birds that spawn just like, you know, I'm just going to nest in the bird nest. Don't know what causes the bird AI to react that way. It doesn't seem like it's intentional. Oh. Let's see. You see a small island off the right side, but nah, we'll go for the big one. We need to course correct to the big island. I think the wind will carry us. Did I just hear a dog?
What?
What's that sound? Oh, the door opening and closing sounds like a dog whining. Here we are. Big island sighted. It's got the asshole bird. Hey, girl. Ooh la la. Oh god. How much coffee do I have left? Last bit of coffee, chat. Thank you, everyone. Cheers. Jackal. Yeah. Yeah. So it's Lear. Going to a small wall. There we go. Alright, we're approaching the island, but I have a feeling the bird is going to attack us as soon as we approach it. Because we're approaching the island from the side that has the bird's territory on it. Get ready for anti-air combat. Surprisingly, it's not trying to attack us yet. Maybe we can sneak by, so I can fight the bird on land. Yeah, the bird didn't notice us. Okay. That's good. I can fight the bird on land. But I'm going to burn a little to get us to a nice spot where we can park. Because it looks like we're gonna have to go around the island a little bit to find a good landing spot. I don't know if enemies respawn after saving and loading. Since we're gonna answer, I'm not sure if it's worth it for me to kill the bird first, or save killing the bird for next stream.
I think the last time during the caravan island we killed the white bird before we go off. It didn't respawn.
I'm not sure if normal islands follow the same rules. That's the problem. I'm not sure if this is a good landing spot. Let me go around the island a bit more. Might be a better landing spot on the other side of that. At Peninsula. Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kill the bird and then we'll save explore the island for next stream. And then once we're done exploring the island, if we think we have enough scrap, we'll go and do the final story island.
Alright.
Alright, let's see. Is there a landing spot? I think I'm seeing what looks like shallows. Oh yeah, there are shallows here. Oh, hang on. Fucking bird. Yep, there's shallows here. This is a much better place to park. Nice little lagoon that perfectly fits our boat as well. And drop anchor. Right. I'm going to take this and drink this, and we'll kill the bird. First I'm going to grab coconut chicken to be cooked. There we go. And I'm going to prep a mango nana to be cooked. Right. Milk Cass. Thank you, Cass. And right. Time for me to go kill the bird. I'll be right back. Yeah, motherfucker. Oh goddammit, of course there's a fucking boy here. Yeah. Oh well. I'm gonna say no to more meat. Let's go get the bird. I remember getting up to where the bird is on this island is really annoying. Damn it, I lost sight of him. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, come on, get up. Ooh. Okay, now I'm at the top. Oh, there's a crate here. I'll take that. Thank you. The bird's going for you. Foxy, the bird's going for you.
I'll be fine. And there's ceiling. It won't hurt.
I saw a seagull dive. Oh, there's probably a seagull eating something.
Okay.
Damn it. Oh my god, really? You went all the way down there? going for you again. Damn it. Why does the bird keep going for you? I swear, if you go high up into the mountains again after I fall, run down. Going for you again. Damn it. Okay, stay down here. Good. Oh my god. What the fuck was that? Come on. Okay. But
Nice.
now, I hope to God that the bird doesn't respawn. Shit, the bird is falling into the water. Don't look at me, girl. Coming back. You are. I saw that. I saw that, girl. Oh. Right. Oops. Mic not working? Huh? You mean my mic not working or your mic not working? I assume you mean your mic not working because I can still see my audio levels respond to my talking. Oh, okay. Your mic not working. Hopefully I'll be able to figure it out. I should bring back some berries. That's good. My machete is almost broken again. Scrap, roll, metal ingot, and bolt. Oh, I need 2 bolts. Oops. There we go. Let me craft some arrows as well. And 1 metal ingot. And where did I put? Oh, it is. Around here somewhere. There it is. Perfect. VR headset cause Win 11. Hmm? What do you mean? You mean your VR headset's mic isn't working because of Win 11? What are you trying to say? You found your ship? Oh, nice. Glad you were able to figure it out. Alright. Let's see. Oh, coconuts are finally back up to a good level. Now I'm going to plant bananas next. Bananas are getting low. There we go. I always wonder if that is RT's lesbian. Is it really lesbian if I'm a trap? Is it called as lesbian if I'm a trap?
I don't know.
Also, no. Oxley is a free spirit. Nobody can hold it out. And believe me, people have tried. Let's see. I need to build a new axe. Bolt. And 2 scrap and 4 rope. 2 scrap, 4 rope. Right. New axe acquired. Although I have sampled Foxley before. It's been a while though. We've both been really busy with our own stuff. I need to make a new hinge. Doing that and scrap. There we go. And of course the shear breaks right then and there. It's fine, that's why I made a new one. 2 at the top. Oh, oh, I'm burping. Yeah. Unfortunately, RG, I'm sorry you just came in, but we're about to call it a stream very soon. Today's Raft stream has to be shorter because of stuff I have to do tomorrow. But don't worry, we spent today gathering lots of materials. Next time when we stream again, we're going to spend our, at least the start, exploring and gathering materials from this island, and then we're going to go on to the final story island. And for anyone who missed the tour, the Foxley has put in a lot of work to making our love boat look amazing. Foxley did all of this while sailing around, managing the farm. Foxley has expanded our living room down here. She even painted the floor in here. Wow. But you guys have seen down here. Oh, primary production area already. The only redecoration she did down here was to repaint the floor and the walls. And last week, technically, the thing that she was working on that I wanted to show you guys, but we couldn't because YouTube died on us, is here. Our room. Technically, she expanded this a little bit by painting it red. Oh, and she added some extra decorations as well. This wasn't here before. But yeah, this is our room chair. Built and decorated by Foxley. When we left off last week, partly due to the YouTube streaming crash, there was no roof here because it was still being constructed, but now it's fully constructed and Foxley built us a beautiful roof. She painted it and come down here. The nice slanted roof goes into this area as well, where our bath is, and an open air toilet, so don't have to worry about stinkiness because the smell will just be washed away by the cool ocean breeze. I have a bath here that we can take a bath in. Sadly, this bath only fits one. We can't both get into the bath. Oh! It appears that Foxley is still painting.
There you go. There is too much red.
Yeah, that looks more like wood thatch roof. I recommend making the roof over here yellowish as well, so it really does look like a nice wooden thatch roof, you know? In the toilet.
Oh wait, where?
Over here, in the toilet. This sloped area, I recommend making this brown as well, so it really does look like a wooden thatch roof, you know? It's fine if you don't have enough paint to do the whole thing though.
Oh, I have enough paint.
Have enough?
A lot of it.
There. Perfect. We have a nice contrast between the colors of the walls and the roof. Yeah, this is a love boat that Foxley built first. I wouldn't build something like this. I'm very unimaginative. I technically mentioned this earlier, but to reiterate for anyone who missed it, I build stone box fortresses. If you guys see my houses in Minecraft, that's basically all I built. Just box stone fortresses. Usually on top of a hill. That very gradually becomes even more and more narrower because creepers keep blowing up my hill and eventually turns it into a very sharp incline. I'm known as the mob magnet in Minecraft. My friends actually brainstorm possibly building a platform where they expect me to sit on and just let mobs spawn around me so that they can farm it. Although before that happened, my friend got so sick of me spawning shit inside her house because I think I went around her house and walking around the house one night and a creeper blew up her stairway and then a what's the name of that Minecraft mob that's very creepy. It's just pure black, really tall. Looks like a
Enderman?
Yeah, Enderman, yeah. A creeper blew up her stairs and then an Enderman was standing over her bed. And after both of that happening in the span of one night, she started screaming at me, "Get out! Get out of the house! Get out of my house! Get out!" She actually took out her sword and she chased me out of the house. Yeah, she got sick of me being a freaking mob magnet around the house that she actually chased me out of her house, swinging her sword. So yeah, the idea of using me as a mob generator for some resource gathering never came to fruition because she chased me out of the house first. Oh. Oh well, it's fine. Oh, I'm used to annoying you. She's the same friend whom I talked about earlier, who managed to scam MMORPG gold sellers once. Welcome to me and everyone who's just coming in, but yeah, my first event. Are you done wrapping up, Foxley?
Yeah. Okay.
Sadly, whenever I lie down in bed, I kind of like sink into the cover so you guys can see. But actually, oh, you know what? Instead of going to bed, I can at least go here instead. Yeah. Recline our dinner table. Yeah, we're done for tonight's chat. We have yet to visit the final story island, but we'll do that next stream. Oh, we're very close. We just need to explore this large island, gather resources, and then we'll go to the story island. What I like Lisa. Yeah. Thank you everyone for being here, whether you're looking or chatting. I love you all. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope to see you guys next time, alright? Remember to hit that like and subscribe and click the bell down below if you haven't already. Gotta feed the YouTube algorithm. Also, be sure to check out all my socials in the description down below. I have everything down there. We have Patreon stuff, Discord, link for tips, merch if anyone's interested in getting some desk mats or a mug. We got merch all ready for you. And alright. To thank my extra mile supporters as well. Thank you so much to Lucky, Raz.gov, Oxy, and Maka for always being such amazing tippers. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. And next up, thank you to Patreon. Did I hear a fucking bird?
No, I think that's the water sprinkler.
Okay. I thought I heard another fucking... Here you go. And thank you to Leah, Maka, Sakita, Kyla, and Lucky as well for being patrons. A new patron post will come up very soon. Very soon. Just me. I'm modifying my shaders. I'm very close to getting the shaders just right so that I can start taking pictures. I'm very close. Very close. I tested it earlier today and yes. Very close. And other than that, Spooktober will return next week, where we're likely going to be playing Phasmophobia, possibly other spooky, scary maps in VRChat or Roblox or whatever we can find. And besides that, thank you Foxley for joining me and building this beautiful home. A little love boat. It's a really nice house. I'm not kidding when I say that. This house is amazing and I wouldn't be able to, or more like I wouldn't have the patience to build this on my own. Thank you so much, Foxley. But yeah, alright. Good night, everyone. Love you all. I'll see you guys again soon. Alright. Okay, that is a fucking I hear it. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is the fuck off! Fuck off! Fucking seagull. God fucking damn it. These fucking seagulls keep attacking our fucking flowers. Motherfucking. Okay. I'm dying of this. Gonna this.